over 42,000 expected tonight. Ozzie Smith out the Ford Plaza on a Friday night Busch Bash and signing autographs for the folks here at Busch Stadium. It's a celebration of the 1985 team. That means it's Vince Coleman bobblehead night. The Pirates make their way to St. Louis, first time in a long time since early last season. And along with Al Raboski, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Welcome to Cardinals baseball. And Whitey Ball was one of the great eras of Cardinal baseball. What comes to mind when you think of that era?
Oh, just a lot of great players, a lot of fun. I mean, it was just such high energy. It was so exciting to watch this ball club. They didn't have to really hit home runs. They could score with the bases, just manufacturing runs. And, of course, the stolen base was a big part of it.
Oh, was it ever. And now this team here in 2010 is playing well here at home. It is one of the better teams at home in the National League. At home since July 4th, the Cardinals are 8-1.
Yeah, the flip side of that is they're not very good on the road. But we're here at home. We're going to have a big homestand here, and so we're really going to enjoy this because we got a chance to really pick up some ground. We're playing the Pirates. We usually dominate against them, and then we're going to look at the new look Houston Astros.
Boy, wow. How about the changes there? No Oswalt, no Berkman, and we'll talk about that throughout the telecast here tonight. So it's Chris Carpenter getting the start for the Redbirds. Carpenter has been dominant against the Pirates in his career. The ace, a former Cy Young winner, Chris Carpenter, for the Redbirds tonight. Dominant against the Buccos in his career.
Carpenter has that 11-1 career mark, 2.29 ERA. The ball club is won 13-1, and the last 12 Carpenter starts, the Redbirds have won. He's been dominant against the Central, 41-14.
Beginning tonight, 12 games against the Pirates remaining this season. The Build-A-Bear Workshop will be busy on Sunday here at the ballpark. We've got baseball hopefully coming up tonight. start time of this game. With more on that, let's go downstairs on the field. Jim Hayes is also there. Jim.
Dan, it looks pretty good right now, but I'm told the heavy stuff is about to move through. Talking to the guys in the grounds crew, they plan on putting the tarp out at about 10 after. They expect the heavy rain to move through at 7:30. Now, the players were notified of this a few minutes ago so they could stop their preparations for the game because there's going to be a break. What they're telling me right now, and it could change depending on the weather patterns, but they're telling me sometime around 8:30 they should be able to start up play. But again, that could change based on the weather, Dan.
All right, Jim, thank you. Here at the ballpark, they're playing The Heat Is On, famous song in the mid-'80s. Really symbolized that team of 1985. Back with more in just a moment. Led by Vince Coleman. Tonight, it's his bobblehead day here at the ballpark. In 2010, the team is led with power. Pujols, Ludwig, and the pitching of Chris Carpenter. He'll get the start tonight. Pirates and Cardinals coming up next. brought to you by Budweiser with full flavor and a crisp, clean finish. It's what we do. By Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers, #1 for quality tires and expert auto service. By Steak and Shake, life needs flavor. And by Chevy's Expert Auto Service. See your Mid-America Chevy dealers or shop and compare at stlchevy.com. Well, we are just moments away from our first pitch, but now the tarp is being brought onto the field. Rain is expected, as Jim told us. So we will head to a Helitech rain delay. And we'll be back with more. Get you caught up on some business right after this on Fox Sports Midwest. from Busch Stadium in St. Louis, along with Al Raboski, I'm Dan McLaughlin and our entire Fox Sports Midwest crew. We approach 9:35 here in the Midwest, and Chris Carpenter is finishing up his warm-up tosses. Update, top of the 10th in a wild game. Joey Votto tied it up late, 4-4. There was a home run taken away late by Cincinnati, and they're 4-4 in extra innings. We'll keep an eye on that. A look at the lineup for Pittsburgh. Andrew McCutchen, he is a speedster. Jose Tabata, and Neil Walker. Garrett Jones, who is a power hitter. Pedro Alvarez, he was part of the Futures game here in St. Louis in the All-Star game a season ago. Lastings Millage, Ronnie Cedeno, and also rounding out that lineup, Eric Kratz and Jeff Karstens. Chris Carpenter is our Marshall Wireless Sprint starter, 23rd start of the year, and a record of 11-3.
Great winning percentage, looking for win number 12. The ERA has been declining, nearly 150 innings pitched. What you need to know is a career mark at 11-1 record with a 2.29 ERA and 14 starts against Pittsburgh, and the Cardinals have won his last 12 starts against the Pirates. The team is 13-1.
2 hours and 20 minutes are rain delays.
Lineup really has changed even from the first time we saw the Pirates.
Andrew McCutchen has hit safely in each of his first 6 games following the All-Star break. He had a 3-hit performance on Wednesday, and his average has jumped up to 293. 2 balls and 1 strike.
He missed 6 games with a shoulder ailment. Did come back Wednesday with a bang with those 3 hits, and then a late scratch yesterday, complaining of stiffness in the shoulder.
Hitting .375 during the 6-game streak. And Carpenter already looks like he's unhappy with the strike zone of Adrian Johnson.
We'll talk about Adrian Johnson a little later. I wasn't too pleased watching the game that he was umpiring at first yesterday.
There's a ground ball hit to third. Lopez makes the play. And we're underway here in St. Louis. Brings in Tabata, Holiday, Rasmus, and Jay in the outfield. This is presented by Dobbs, Lopez, Ryan, Schumacher, and Pujols along the infield. And our battery tonight, Chris Carpenter and Yadier Molina. Tabata is hitting .285, 2 home runs, and 15 RBIs. He's been very good with runners in scoring position since he was promoted to the big leagues back on June 9th. And that's a strike.
9-game hitting streak. You know, the Buccos are 6-7 since the All-Star break, and they're really scoring a lot of runs and a lot of hits.
It's been a long time, Al, since we've seen them here at Busch Stadium.
Well, Dan, according to the Elias Sports Bureau, it's been 449 days. It's the longest gap between 2 teams at one site in the same division since divisional play in '69. Of course, that's excluding the strike-shortened season of '81.
Mentioned this Pirates team much improved here in the second half with their offense. First among National League teams in runs scored. They have 73 since the break. Second in batting average, 286. Third in slugging percentage.
And they're 26 games below 500 on the road. We thought the Cardinals played poor on the road. 26 games below 500.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. Got it.
All of a sudden, Carpenter loves Adrian.
Well, he was close a couple of times on the inside corner, went outside, and then finally this one is a strike, according to Mr. Johnson.
It's right on the black. It's a perfect pitch. So both sides don't know what the strike zone is.
Switch hitter, Neil Walker. Well, we do anticipate more rain here tonight, but we're told it's a rain that they could play through. We shall see. We've heard that before, haven't we?
Well, and of course, the St. Louis Cardinals made sure that they put the tarp on the field before lineup cards were exchanged.
There's a drive down the right field line, and it is foul.
And in doing so, they then returned the game over to the control of the umpires. And their big concern was, with some heavy rain you know, after the start time, they didn't want Carpenter to pitch 2 innings and then have to have a 2-hour rain delay. So that's the reason why we waited it out 2 hours and 20 minutes.
And again, I think it's worth repeating. It is up to the umpires now, and at the beginning of the game, it's up to the club.
But there are some restrictions right now.
You saw Atlanta has taken a 6-4 lead over Cincinnati. 2-1 pitch.
I'm not sure what the time commitment, because they kind of changed, but now that if you have stop games, you have to go, the first one somewhere in the vicinity of 2 hours. If you resume play after that, you have to go at least another hour waiting time. So maybe we'll get this game in before daylight.
Before daylight. Carpenter a 1-2-3 inning. Let's hope so. No score after a half inning. Bottom of the first, and there's no score between the Cardinals and the Pirates following a long rain delay, 2+ hours. And a look at the lineup: Felipe Lopez, John Jay, and Albert Pujols. As Lopez slaps it the other way, and a sliding catch made out in left field by Jose Tabata.
It's interesting that the third base umpire made that call, who could not see whether he caught it or not. I don't think we had any problem with the catch, as it clearly stays in the game, or in his glove. But the third base umpire, from his angle, couldn't only see his legs.
He replaced that divot.
He did. Good course management.
John Jay looks at a strike. Can't keep John Jay out of this lineup with the way that he's been hitting. 383 overall, 3 home runs. Whoa, look out, and 12 RBIs. What a month of July he has had, as well as John Jay is hitting .438 coming into play tonight this month.
He's got a chance for the Player of the Month.
Let's meet the Pirates defense. Tabata, McCutchen, and Millage in the outfield. Alvarez, Cedeno, Walker, and Jones on the infield. And our battery tonight, Karstens and Kretz.
2 balls hit right on the nose against Karsten, who beat the Cardinals earlier this year. Cardinals won 2 out of 3 in Pittsburgh. He was the lone victor.
So here's Pujols. First time up, 1 out, runner at first. Karstens is 27 years old, and his 15th start of the year tonight. He has lost his last 4 decisions.
He's looking for his first game, or his first victory away from PNC Park this season. He's had 7 starts on the road. Now basically the 4 pitches. Fastball, curveball, slider, change. Nothing fancy.
One ball, one strike on Pujols. Check on Jay over at first. Jeff is looking to win his first game away from PNC Park this year. 10 appearances, 7 starts on the road. 0-4 with an ERA that's just below 5. As Al told you, he had a very good start against Jaime Garcia 6 innings earlier this year. Scoreless baseball. One ball and 2 strikes on Albert Pujols. Didn't like that call.
You know, Albert loves hitting against the Pirates. This pitcher surrendered a lot of home runs.
Loves hitting at PNC Park. Took something off it. Ground ball to third. Out at second. Double play. 5-4-3 double play. Pujols retired. Jay is erased. And an inning is in the books. No score. West.com, and BJ Rains has a story up on former pitcher Bud Smith. It's been out of baseball for a couple of years, tried independent baseball, and now is coaching. But you can read about it at FoxSportsMidwest.com.
That's good, because on a day we see Tito Landrum and Andy Van Slyke along with Ozzie and Vince Coleman. It's nice to know about Bud Smith.
Here is Garrett Jones.
I meant that nicely. You're looking at me like I'm trying to make a bad joke.
Jones hitting 277. And Pujols has got it. He'll take it himself. Well, if you missed it earlier, at around 7:15 or so, Vince Coleman and Ozzie Smith. Ozzie was signing autographs in the Ford Plaza, and then these two throwing out the ceremonial first pitches. Vince Coleman. And we were showing some of his highlights in the pregame show. And I was talking to you about it, Al, how hard he would go into a bag stealing a base. I know you said, hey, Lou Brock would wait to the last second to go in that bag. And Vince did slide head first an awful lot, but the ones that we saw were sliding feet first, and you just don't see guys go as hard as he did into the bag now.
No, I can remember.
It doesn't seem that way.
Yeah, I remember the hundreds of stolen bases I saw from Lou 25, 30 times, I sit there and say, oh no, he broke his leg.
I bet.
You know, thinking that he would literally slide within 3 feet of the bag, feet first, and almost like never get his legs extended, would just jam into the bag. But that was part of his success because there weren't too many middle infielders who were going to hang around that bag and apply a tag.
And those bags don't have a lot of give. I mean, they are in the ground and they're not coming out.
And if you were to tell me that, you know, and we did see it on video, but if you were to tell me Vince Coleman sliding feet first, I said, no, he slid head first all the time. Just my recollection. But the video does not lie.
Strikeout of Pedro Alvarez. I think he's going to be a star.
He's hit 7 home runs this month. He's tied for first among rookies. But he is 1 for now 17 in his last 5 games.
A lot of people, you know, talked about Steven Strasburg getting $15 million, first overall pick in baseball a year ago. Well, the Rams have signed Sam Bradford. Jim Thomas of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch reporting that Bradford will receive $78 million over 6 years. Could max out to $86 million. A total of $50 million is guaranteed. And he has not taken a snap in the National Football League.
I think he might be a target.
I think they're all targets.
And then he's got to learn at this level.
You got to have some guts to play quarterback. 2 balls and a strike. Have you ever been on the sideline of an NFL game?
I was a coach for Jim Hannafin. I was a special assistant coach. I turned Connie into Conrad Dobler.
Simple question, trying to get into a conversation, and here we go. Go ahead, Al. He taught you how to hit somebody after the whistle was blown.
No. I'm the one that taught him.
Oh, okay.
He was just this, nonchalant, had a lot of heart, not much technique, and Hannafin told me to turn him into an animal.
Lastings Millage with a 2-out base hit.
I'm the one that taught him how to use razor blades in his leg. How to bite people after he tackled the defensive lineman in front of him.
And while we're on the subject of guys like that, go ahead and get into the players.
Well, they just taught me how to play hockey, or taught me the rules of hockey, so I don't know anything.
Here is Cedeno. 2 outs and a runner at first. Carpenter and Karstens never warmed up until around 9:20 or so.
They actually stopped Karstens from going to the bullpen to alert him that there was going to be a delay. Oh,
good jump, but it doesn't matter. Brendan Ryan up with it and makes the play. Pirates strand their first runner tonight, and there's no score. Orioles, Kansas City Royals, Pittsburgh Pirates, Washington Nationals. Text winning A, B, C, or D to 432-432.
And the manager for the Baltimore Orioles,
Buck Showalter. That is a tall order. That division, not a lot of talent. Better have patience.
Dealing with the ownership.
So which team would you like to see get back to winning?
Kansas City Royals. Kansas City Royals.
When you were playing, it was 70s or dominated by the Pirates.
Pirates were an outstanding team. Good competitive races between. St. Louis never won in the 70s, but there was always 4 times down to the wire. In the last week of the season between Philly, Pirates, Mets. Notice I didn't say Cubs.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Cubs
on Holiday
kept the Cardinals from winning 2 different times.
Is that where your total dislike of the Cubs comes from?
It started there. Remember, 1973, the season was over for the Cardinals, but the Mets were playing a doubleheader in Chicago. If Chicago would have swept the doubleheader, we would have won.
There's a center and a base hit.
I think it was 1974 was the infamous we were rained out. The last day of the season, we're in Montreal listening to Jay Randolph give a play-by-play description. High delivery and solid hit up the middle. Holiday had his 13-game hitting streak stopped yesterday, but starts a new one today. And we were rained out, and Jay Randolph was giving a play-by-play over a telephone in the lobby of the Queenie Hotel. If the Cubs could beat the Pirates, we would play our game, and then if we won against Montreal, we'd fly to Pittsburgh for a 1-game playoff. Had a 3-run lead going into the 7th, 2-run lead going in the 8th, 1-run lead going in the 9th, 2 outs, runner on second base, 3-2 pitch to Big Bob Robertson, pinch hitter. Russell throws a spitter. Steve Swisher drops, does not catch the game. There's a good news for the Cardinals. Worth watching that, listening to it. He drops the 3rd strike. Lumbering down the first base line. Swisher's throw goes off his shoulder into the right field corner. The tie-in run scores. Next batter hits a swinging bunt. Madlock can't field it, and we lose. Listening to Jay Randolph tell us about it in the lobby of the Queenie Hotel. Season's over. Let's go, boys.
That was it.
That was it. Didn't get to play the final game that we were rained out. So that's 2 reasons why I dislike the Cubs.
1-1 pitch, good jump. Holiday, head first slide, and he is out.
Kind of a delayed call right there, and Tony's coming out to have his say.
It's Andy Fletcher.
And he's saying that, he tagged him at the legs, but his arms reach and looked like he was out. Would have slid feet first, he would have been safe.
We approach 10 o'clock here in St. Louis, and they begin to boo. Big crowd here tonight.
Oh, a standing room only, and it's amazing just to look at it now how many people have stuck around.
2-1 pitch.
We have Jim Hayes today, or does he go home?
I think he is going to stick around with us. He'll be in the 3rd. We'll get the news of the day.
It's kind of late for him,
No curfew on a Friday night for Jim. That's how to play. Bring it 2 on Colby Rasmus. Ludwig with the night off, and Tony La Russa has indicated that he'd like to see Ludwig play 2 out of the 3 games of every 3-game series.
Don't you feel, because Ludwig set up yesterday's game, that because of the rain and the wet conditions here, didn't want him to be on the plane service.
I do. Cardinals are honored to present a special ticket discount to all military personnel, active, reserve, or retired. All military personnel, along with their families, can receive a special ticket discount for select games in August and September. If you'd like to find out more information or to purchase the discounted tickets, visit cardinals.com/military. At the knees to Yadier Molina. Roy Oswalt made his debut with the Phillies tonight, and he struggled. 5 runs, 4 earned, 7 hits, 6 innings. Walked 2, struck out 4, he hit 2, and the Nationals roughed him up. 8-1 was the final.
And Dan, another trade for the Astros as they trade Lance Berkman to the Yankees. And kind of an interesting side part of the Oswalt trade is there was one of the players that they got from Philly. The Astros traded him to Toronto for Brett Wallace. And we don't know officially, but it may be that Brett Wallace will be here next week playing first base for the Astros.
Base hit to the right. 2-out hit for Molina.
Well, you know, he has a natural groove to hit the ball to the opposite field. But look at how far he goes down to get this one. Just lofts it. Little iron shot into right field.
Brendan Ryan now with 2 outs and a runner at first base. No score. But a 2.5-hour rain delay here at the ballpark.
Brendan Ryan hit .375 on the road trip. He had 3 consecutive 2-hit games. Karsten's doing his homework. He sees Molina has 8 stolen bases.
Two outs and a runner at first. And here comes an 0-1 pitch to Brendan Ryan. Big gap in left center. Off the end of the bat. Rolls foul to Carpenter.
One of my pitchers would ever throw Brendan Ryan a strike with a fastball, as it seems like he's off balance on most breaking balls.
Oh, 2 pitch. Karsten steps off.
How are they even holding him on?
Oh, 2. Fair ball. And Ryan is out at first. We play 2 here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. No score. Baseball tonight is presented by Kia Motors. To learn more, visit kia.com. And by Jack in the Box right now. Get Jack's really big chicken sandwich combo served with curly fries and a drink for $3.99 plus tax at participating restaurants. It's getting late, and Al is making faces at Jim and cracking me up. You love this part of Cardinal baseball. Third inning rolls in, and here's Jim.
It is kind of late, Al, but I'm here.
And I appreciate that.
Al was wondering if you had gone home.
I heard.
No, he tucked the kid in.
What did he say?
Tuck the kid in.
Your son.
Kiss your son. Yeah, kiss Tyler, you know, good night.
Then I got back here.
And run back here like you normally do.
Right, yeah.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Eric Kratz. 2-1. He's hitting .148 this year. No homers and 1 RBI.
He's only made 6 starts behind the plate. Hit 300 at AAA.
Cardinals, Jim, are getting healthier. Looks like Loesch will make another rehab, probably 2 more. And third baseman.
Al thinks 1 would be plenty. 1 more.
Third baseman David Freese had some good news today.
Yeah, he has another obstacle to get across. 1 more test. He's got to run full speed, but he's been doing a lot of things. He's got the fractured toe and the ankle bruise. But if he passes the test and runs full out and is fine after that, he hopes to go out on a rehab assignment Sunday or Monday. Tony says they're going to watch closely. David said 3 games should be enough to get his swing back to where it needs to be, because he's already been taking BP. He's doing that pain-free. He has some pain with the big toe that had the weight dropped on it, but he feels like he's getting real close to being ready.
Seemed to be in good spirits today, too.
Yeah, great spirits. And, if, you know, he's an upbeat guy, and he's been kind of down because of the injuries that he's sustained, but he really was bubbly today.
Old chopper to short. Brendan Ryan with it. 2 outs.
Told me that, you know, he's hopefully pass the test tomorrow, and then the Sunday it's a 12 start in Memphis, but he intends to be there and make that and start that game.
And
Tony was quick to point out that's what David hopes for. Yeah. We have to wait and assess.
And today, you know, a lot of times when a player deems himself ready, then the organization will say, okay, we'll give you an extra day to kind of cover ourselves.
So are you worried about a noon start, Al?
Not me. I'm just saying organizations have a tendency to cover themselves.
Now, this is no offense to you guys.
Here we go.
But David said he had a tough time watching the games. Not because of you or Al.
Dan, it gets better. It gets better.
But because he's such a competitive guy, he wants to be in there. He could not watch, although he did say never misses the pregame show.
Oh, I bet.
Every day he watches the pregame show.
It was the highlight of his day, I think.
That's what he said.
You told me.
Was this on or off camera?
It was on camera.
You sure about that?
It was off camera.
It was on camera.
And it had to be off. You know, they cut it out because he laughed so hard afterwards.
McCutcheon pulls it foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
There was a little editing.
You know, Al tried to do that to me a few years ago.
What? Al does not know how to edit.
Oh, I did. I did this one.
He said that.
You might find this interesting.
Somebody, I think it was Edmonds. He said if Edmonds hits a home run, or Sotaguchi or somebody like that.
It was Sotaguchi.
He said you're going to have to shave your head. Well, of course.
And you said you would.
No.
I think it was on this pitch.
You and Brian McCann spliced up the tape who works in our truck. I wanted to shave my head. Thanks a lot, Al. first inning. Let's check out the crowd with the first inning fan cam. See who's enjoying the game. Budweiser, it's what we do. Chris Carpenter leads it off for the Redbirds. Jim Hayes is with us. And if you missed the pregame show, apparently David Freese did not. Mike McDougall was part of the pregame festivities and a live guest of Jim Hayes.
And we talked about the adjustment to a new team. He said he's kind of an introverted guy, so it takes him a little time to get to know everyone and for everyone to get to know him. He is a soft-spoken guy, but in terms of his health, he feels really healthy, and so far so good as a Cardinal. 2 appearances, 2 scoreless innings, and a 10-pitch appearance in his first Cardinal outing, and he got a W.
That helps endear you to your new teammates.
Here's Carpenter with a high drive into right center. McCutcheon makes the catch. Called for it. You could see that. 1 away. So he opted out of his deal with Washington. He felt that there really wasn't a future there and wanted to have a fresh start, and here he is.
One of the things he said, one, he felt it would be a good opportunity with the Cardinals, but he was intrigued about working with Dave Duncan. And one of the first things Dave noticed that we talked about it the other day, that Mike had pitched a long time, but he was tipping his pitches with his fastball. The only pitch that he didn't look in his glove to set his grip. He looked in his glove and set the grip with every other pitch, so when a fastball came, people knew it. But he looks good, you know, on the radar gun. He's hitting 96, 97.
Schumacher slices it the other way, and another sliding catch made by Tabata.
Well, the interesting thing was his second outing was a little more adventurous. As you see this line drive, it'll come slicing towards the corner, so Tabata comes in here and about calf high makes the play. But he was a little more adventurous. You would describe that as effectively wild, as he hit the first man, walked 2, but he got out of that inning. And there's nothing wrong with having guys a little uncomfortable in the batter's box.
Here's Felipe Lopez.
Especially when you've been clocked as high as 103 miles an hour earlier in your career.
Lopez lined out to left his first time up. But all around baseball, people wondering about trades. We're going to talk about that when we come back with Jim Hayes. Millage puts it away. Quick inning. No score. Base hit for Tabata. This ball may have been knuckling on Brendan Ryan as we're underway here in the fourth.
And he's still trying to figure out how he missed it. It's a line drive, and he's going out there, and
look at that sink.
Goes up, and it's not that high.
Probably was knuckling on him.
That height he got on that slow-mo was great. And we saw yesterday what a knuckleball looks like thrown from the pitcher. But guys can hit the ball, and you get that same lack of rotation, and the ball just kind of dances as it's hit a certain way.
Some of the Cardinals after the game were saying that was the best knuckleball they had ever seen. And I'm wondering, after you face a guy like Dickey, is there any carryover where you suddenly have to readjust? Granted, with the rain delay, it's much, much later, but do you have to readjust to normal pitching after you face a guy like that?
You always talk about a knuckleball destroying your confidence as a hitter, but most of the time you say that when a guy that's throwing it like 50 miles an hour, and he was throwing his, in the mid-70s. That's what it was, a harder knuckleball than we're used to seeing. But it's just the mere fact that you see so few knuckleball pitchers, and certain hitters, you never want to let them hit against a knuckleball because it's going to throw their timing so far off.
After the game, I asked Dickey, I said, now your knuckleball is different, that you throw it a lot harder.
And he said, good observation.
He said, I want it to reflect my personality. That guy's a character.
I thought he was, very cerebral with his
interesting
comments.
Guy, no question.
Reinvented himself at age 30. Pitched a tremendous ball game. 0-2 on the third place hitter who's sacrificing the first pitch. Underway here in the fourth. Now, I went into the break talking about trades, and Tony La Russa addressed that before the game.
Yeah, I asked him that, obviously John Mozeliak is working the cell phone. How do you approach this? Do you just try not to read stuff or listen to stuff? And he said, when there's a game, that's where all my focus goes. I know John's busy, and every once in a while, John will reach out, contact Tony to tell him, this might happen or this could happen. Not too much, he said, right before the deadline, because he said John is busy making phone calls and taking phone calls.
And I'm sure there's so much preparation that many discussions have already taken place about his feelings on this guy being available or that guy would be the cost.
Strikeout and thrown out. Double play. I thought Tony was going to tell you, ask me at 10 o'clock. It's a standard answer for Tony.
It was a standard. Molina throwing a runner out. Breaking ball, but look at how far.
And I say that because you asked Tony La Russa before a game, how you doing, Tony? He says, I'll tell you after the game. Ask me at 10 o'clock.
Tabata, had 10 steals, so legitimate speed. Well, look at that.
Garrett Jones, who grounded out 2 pulls first time up.
You want to see a nasty cutter and see how it can tie up a hitter. Just put that on your memory banks, that last delivery.
Jones, a guy with very good power, 14 home runs and 61 RBIs. Then Carpenter has the ability to throw a lefty, a pitch that tails away. So he had the first one going in. That one went away. That's a strike. Catches the corner.
Well, that cutter coming in and that awkward swing, and it was almost thinking he's going to get hit in the belt buckle. It makes you a little defensive on the pitch away. Curveball. So cutter, a couple fastballs, now curveball.
It's got muggy here at the ballpark.
Game time, it was only like 75, but like you say, it's humidity must be higher.
2-2.
Trying to dry off. So you go to that rosin bag.
Full count. A liner and a base hit into right. Snooks, this date in baseball history. Cardinals legend Tom Pagnozzi is born in Tucson, Arizona. He'd be an all-star, win 3 Gold Gloves, 12 seasons with the Cardinals. And also on this date, Rick Horton was also born.
Boy, he just got a little bit of
Look
notice.
how small that Rick Horton note is.
You know, I guess it just didn't do much in history, did it? I talked to Pags today. And he said he's going to be up here on the for the Cup Series. It's amazing. He said hello to you, Dan, and to you, Jim. And the guys in the truck, he never said one word.
Is that right?
No.
Wow. You sure about that?
Yeah.
The guys in the truck have been waiting all summer to put that together. Poor Ricky. 1-0 pitch. Holiday makes the catch. Well, Jim, we certainly appreciate you staying up late with us. We know it's been a long day for you, and we'll see you on the postgames. Also, the Tigers head to Boston to battle the Red Sox. It's Fox Saturday Baseball presented by Taco Bell and returns this week at 3. John Jay singled his first time up. Jay, Pujols, and Holiday. No score here in the bottom of the 4th. Long rain delay. And I can't wait for the ceremony tomorrow. 24 will be officially retired. The number for Whitey Herzog. And we'll carry a pregame ceremony for the folks that don't have tickets tomorrow. And the first pitch has actually been moved back to 6:22.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun. As already put it up there.
There'll be something that goes out on the wall.
Right. I mean,
that they'll do.
Put the number up, one of 11, out below the big scoreboard. And I'm sure something on the wall, as you say, will be put up. Might have to start it on the other side.
Yep. A 3-2 pitch here to John Jay. Time is called. How about Karstens? He's been effective already here tonight.
6 shutout innings in May. As you see, another retired number. Looks like another hit.
Floats it out to left field. Base hit. Cedeno couldn't get there. John Jay 2 for 2. So leadoff hit for Jay here in the bottom of the fourth for the game. Tony West will find all the unique shots in a baseball game. Puts himself at risk on the back of the Cushman.
Hang on, Tony. Hang on. Don't fall off.
It is amazing when the rains hit and they have to drive that out. It's almost like they spin out as they head to the wall on left field to get the tarp down. Well done by Tony West. Very creative.
He just got tired and he was sitting down for the first time all night. And it just happened. They took off.
Hold on, Tony. Camera started rolling, and that was it. Off to the races. Well, they want to talk this one over. No balls and a strike on Pujols. Bounced into a 5-4-3 double play his first time up. Visit the official online shop of the Cardinals at Cardinals.com. Browse the largest selection of official gear, including apparel, memorabilia, something for the entire family. You can get your gear from the official source, Cardinals.com. Shop today.
Dan, you know, Philadelphia had won 8 straight. They get Oswald, the prize left among elite pitchers, promptly lose. And Houston loses their ace. Then they find out their best hitter, Berkman, has been traded, and they go out and shut out Milwaukee.
I wonder if they'll be able to move Carlos Lee. That might be tough to move him.
Too much left on that contract.
You would think. 1 ball, 1 strike. It will be odd seeing Houston come to town. No Oswald and no Berkman. No Biggio, no Bagwell.
Breaking ball starts inside and breaks down. Albert didn't like the call.
Credit the Cardinals for staying competitive for this entire time. And certain teams, once their stars begin to age, have to regroup, retool. Cardinals have not had to do that yet.
You know, and sometimes it's hard to bring up young players when you're trying to be competitive every single season.
Pujols hits it out to deep left. That'll stay in the ballpark. Just shy of the warning track. And back to first, John Jay. So again, it'll be the Whitey Herzog ceremony tomorrow, and we'll carry that live. The entire ceremony here on Fox Sports Midwest. Tune in tomorrow night, 6 o'clock for the special ceremony, 5:30 with the pregame show. And people that are very close to Whitey said that was incredibly important to him. You know, didn't let on to the public, but privately had mentioned how number 24 being retired was very important to him. And right up there with going into baseball's Hall of Fame.
Sure. Talking to Rick Hummel and said, how did he do his speech? He goes, well, it could have been a little longer. And I said, Rick, that's always the key. Have a mask for Mord. Last thing you want is somebody to say it was too long.
Holiday in the air to center. So Karstens has got the big 2 with the runner at first. Jay back to the bag. Up to Colby.
Well, they got a hit the first time up, but breaking ball, he was also hit off balance off his front foot.
Many of the 85 players will be in attendance tomorrow. We saw Andy Van Slyke tonight, Vince Coleman, Ozzie Smith, Tito Landrum, as Al told you. And many more will apparently be here tomorrow. 2 outs and a runner at first. Rasmus struck out looking his first time up on a 3-2 pitch. Only strikeout for the right-hander Karstens. Redbirds have Jeff Suppan pitching tomorrow night. Adam Wainwright on Sunday against Zach Duke. I'm not sure if you had heard, Al, if what pitcher is going to go for the Pirates tomorrow. Right now they do not have one listed.
Nope, I'm not sure about that. Maybe just have a roster move in mind, or depends on what happens here.
This time tomorrow we'll know if the Cardinals have made a move.
3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon is the trade deadline. Is that East Coast time?
4 Eastern, I believe. 3 Central. 2 balls and a strike. That's not to say that you can't make a move after the trade deadline.
Becomes a little more difficult as players have to clear waivers.
We talked about how most every player will go through that system and then be reclaimed by the club.
Yes, you can put players on waivers at different times, and
runner goes. Jay is out. Second time. Close play at second. And Tony La Russa not happy, looking down in the Cardinal dugout. Getaway. Welcome to Lambert's Cafe in Sikeston, Missouri, home of the Throwed Rolls. Waiters will throw the dinner rolls across the dining room at the guests. And if you're wondering how it all started, I'm going to give you that story. It was back in 1976. Norman Lambert ran the cafe, and at the original location, he would walk around and hand out the rolls, Al. Just hand them out. Well, one day it was really busy, couldn't get around, and he had to throw them. So there you go. That's the reason behind Throwed Rolls in Sikeston. Lambert's.
How about you might be a guest chef for the day and kind of mess up with the recipe and make them a little bit heavier. Throw some good sinkers, that are about 5 pounds across the room.
Yeah, that'd be great. Then let's get sued. I've had enough of throwing things.
Yeah, you must always come from must have a lawyer in the family or something to think about a lawsuit.
All right, Cabot Woodstein, legendary performance. This date in baseball, 1933. Dizzy Dean sets a modern Major League Baseball record by striking out 17 Cubs. That's presented by Cabot. Blake DeWitt from Sikeston.
Yes.
The LA Dodger. What do you think? John Jay out?
Yes.
So our umpire at second, in your opinion, has gotten 2 calls right.
Yes.
1 ball, 1 strike. Ronnie Cedeno grounded out to his counterpart at short. Brendan Ryan, he's 0 for 1. We're in the fifth and a 2-1 pitch. Great sinking action.
Daniels hit over 340 in July. 11 of his last 19 hits have been extra base hits.
Two. Count is full. Pitch count at 63 for Carpenter. And he walked him. First walk, a 1-out walk here in the top of the fifth. North Stars making this Sunday extra special Ice Cream Sundays, beginning 2 hours prior to the game in the Ford Plaza. And you can join us for music, fun, games, and don't forget, free ice cream while supplies last. North Star Ice Cream Sundays.
Carpenter not happy with himself.
It's a family Sunday this weekend as well.
Tired the 6th place hitter, then you're thinking 6, 7, and 8. Set them up 1, 2, 3. Then you got the pitcher spot, an easy out the next inning, and you walk your first man.
Paul Mano, who runs Mano's Restaurant, Paul Mano's Restaurant in St. Louis, after hearing the Lambert's promotion, is thinking about throwing some rigatoni at his fine Italian establishment.
No, I think we would tell Paulie that you do not change a thing.
One of the best restaurants in St. Louis.
Absolutely.
Matter of fact, he has a picture there on his off day, which is Sunday, during the All-Star game last year. Joe Torre, Bob Gibson. I cannot remember who else was in the picture, but Hall of Famers. He opened up the restaurant just for those guys. They specifically said, I need to go to Paul Mano's.
So you Baseball Hall of Fame, Italian Hall of Fame. Joe will be, when it's all said and done, in the Baseball Hall of Fame.
Joe Torre would know about his Italian food.
Oh, yes. Where will Joe Torre be next year?
He's going to be 70.
No, I said, where will he be?
Where will he be? Where he is 70. He's turned 70.
He's turned 70 this year.
The series against the Cardinals.
Earlier this month.
I say back in L.A.
His contract is up. Some talk with he may move on. He says, and there was some talk earlier that he may retire.
Jam shot popped up, and Yadi wants it. He's got it.
I don't think he will.
I don't either. 2 outs and a runner at first. AT&T trivia question: who is the all-time leader in assists by a right fielder? You're thinking Pirate here?
Clemente.
Yep. Hank Aaron.
Along with Aaron. Everybody forgets, when everybody talks about the greatest players, all-time players, why is Aaron's name never included?
Watching the Hall of Fame ceremony with Whitey Herzog, I was thinking that you always hear Willie Mays, rightfully so. I'll take it another step further. How come you never hear Stan the Man? We do around here, but on a national level.
Right. It's just the prejudices of either coast, and really the New York.
Karstens, a ground ball to second, slowly hit. And we move to the bottom of the fifth. No score. 1-4. Suppan still looking for that elusive first win. We'll come your way at 5:30 with our pregame show. That's presented by Budweiser. What's on tap? And tune in at 6. You'll see the retirement of the jersey of Whitey Herzog.
Interesting that Kyle Loesch will also be throwing tomorrow.
Colby Rasmus will lead it off. And Colby pulls it foul. In the 5th, and there's no score. Redbirds with 4 base hits, Pittsburgh with 3. On top of everything else, it's a Whitey Herzog bobblehead tomorrow. Still a few seats remaining, presented by Tickets.com. And the Build-A-Bear Workshop Day on Sunday, but tomorrow night belongs to number 24, the White Rat. They've been playing highlights here at the ballpark between innings that 1985 season, and brings back so many memories just how fun that was. Just a great era of Cardinal baseball. Whitey built the team for the ballpark. We were talking too with the turf and how big the stadium was before the renovations. And that was a spacious ballpark.
I always said that Whitey loves a home run more than anybody, but just didn't have a roster that was conducive for it other than Jack Clark.
Low throw, and Molina retired.
So he had speed, and so he invented Whitey ball, and to the delight of the fans. Just excellent players that really had a close-knit group of guys that just played the game fundamentally so fast. Everybody forgets also about that great defense.
Yes. Willie at center, Tommy Herr at second, Ozzie, of course, at short. They talk about having great defense up the middle, and the Cardinals, those teams had that.
Well, you know, one of the other things too, Dan, when you think about 85 and 87, there's so many left-handed pitchers that weren't hard throwers. You had to have great defense on the left side of the infield because so many balls were pulled, and with Pendleton and Ozzie there, you know, and it just gobbled it up. Just made a difference.
1 ball, 1 strike. And Ryan shoots 1 foul. He's getting a kick out of watching Tito Landrum as he was in our booth.
He was trying not to watch those replays.
He was watching
highlights,
the whole
but he
time.
never missed himself, did
No,
he?
he didn't. It was a highlight, year in review of 1985, and he was taking it all in. Brendan breaks his bat. Tough play at first. Safe. Ball gets away. Brendan will take the chance to second. He is safe. And we'll have an argument here. Cedeno saying he got him on the cap before he touched the bag.
Infield hit, E4, allowed him to get to second base. John Russell will have his say with Andy Fletcher. And just yep, he beats it out, and then I don't know why that's an error. There's got to be an error on the first baseman. He just flat out missed it. And he said he got him on the shoulder, but it looked like that hand got down. Maybe a better look this from here. Ooh, look good. They'll say the safe sign. So now I say he's out.
Me too. I was with you too.
Now, you know, once again, why was the error on the second baseman? It looked like the throw was chest high. That just was flat out missed by Jones.
So runner in scoring position for Carpenter. Flied out to right center. First time up. 2 outs. Strike 1.
Before that, an error on the second baseman. And it should have been on the first baseman. Chris can help his own cause here.
And Karstens wants to go over the sides.
Pirates earlier in the season, or I guess for the first 24 games, they were batting the pitcher in the 8th spot. And then after 24 games, they realized, or in their mind, they felt like it was working against them or no real difference. So now they started going to the conventional method of having their pitcher bat 9th. Amazing how many broadcasters ask us why.
And then you give them the explanation, and they still ask why.
And I turned it back on them. I said, you guys started doing it this year.
And for the Cardinals, it's been about even. Really no difference one way or another.
And I think that's what the Pirates found. And so they, instead of having to explain it all the time, they went back and put the pitcher 9th. Every time it brings up a bunting situation, you have times like this where you have a man in scoring position at 2 outs and the pitcher up.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. Carpenter strikes out. Second strikeout for the righty for Pittsburgh. No score after 5. Win the next day. Get a free buffet with a purchase of one at the kitchen at Lumiere Place or the Great Food Exposition at River City. Visit My Choice Center for details. By Taco Bell, open 2 a.m. or later. And by AT Mobility. Find out what's possible with the nation's fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T, rethink possible. Top of the 6th, and no score. Here's Andrew McCutcheon. Still a very good crowd on hand as we approach 11 o'clock on this Friday night. We're expecting well over 40,000 tomorrow and again on Sunday. So if you want your bobblehead or your Build-A-Bear, get here early. We understand they did change the air to Garrett Jones at first. So it won't go against the second baseman, Neil Walker.
Garrett's 8 there.
Two and two the count. Top of the lineup for Pittsburgh. McCutcheon, another ground ball to short, backhanded by Ryan. Strong throw, and he got him. Good play by Brendan. 6, a serious number. When the Cardinals score 6, you get a 20-ounce coffee found in a frozen drink for just $0.25 the next day at On the Run at Mobile. Win or lose, Cardinals score 6, you scored 25-cent drinks at On the Run.
Nice strong throw by Brendan Ryan.
It's going over the top more, isn't he?
They let him throw the way he wanted to, and then he made so many errors. They said, okay, it's time to do it our way.
Here's Tabata, looks at a breaking ball and a strike. Both these pitchers have been very sharp here tonight.
And when Carpenter pitches, he almost insists that Brendan Ryan is out there at short.
I'm sure that gives Brendan a feeling of confidence, too, when he hears those comments from Carpenter, one of the team leaders. Karstens is 17 of 18 first pitch strikes. And Carpenter is about 50% here tonight.
Unusual for him to be 11 out of 20.
Here's a fly ball into right center. Colby Rasmus on the move. Sliding catch by John Jay. Whoa! John Jay, the right fielder, makes the play. He's becoming a fan favorite very quickly.
John Jay goes there in good concentration, and neither one of them really felt like they could call it off, but Colby was a little more cautious, so he kind of allowed John Jay to be the one controlling, and good thing that he was watching. But John Jay,
what concentration.
Has really done a good job. Most of the time one outfielder was shy away, look at the other. And in Jay's case, that really demonstrates pretty good knowledge there, because normally you would say the center fielder is one that takes charge. And in this case, he didn't hear anything, so he made the play. He did not look for Colby because he didn't hear him call him off.
Not quite Ozzie Kurt Ford.
No.
But still very good play.
Thank goodness neither one of those plays resulted in injury, but one of the famous plays by the Wizard.
2-0 pitch. Hit out of play.
Time of that play, you were for sure somebody was going to get hurt.
Yes. 83 pitches tonight for Carpenter.
Ozzie went back from the shortstop position in the left field and kind of flat out dove forward, and Ford was coming in, and he dove forward, and they just kind of passed in the night. Ozzie made the play.
3 balls and a strike with 2 outs and nobody on. Neil Walker is grounded out to second and also struck out. And that's a base hit. First hit allowed by Carpenter since the 4th. Build-A-Bear Workshop Day is this Sunday. And that bear has the 1985 Ozzie Smith Cardinals replica jersey. I've been reading this promo, Al, for a good 4 weeks, and I still have not read it the way they want me to read it. But I'll do it now.
Why is that? Do it now.
It's the Pawfict, as in a paw.
I get it.
And it's sure to be a berry. Not very, but berry, as in the Build-A-Bear Workshop. Good time. So I officially have done it. But I think we have talked about it
enough.
Quite a lot. I think people know it's coming up. Family Sunday, and always fun here at the ballpark on a Sunday with the family.
Sometimes you are not the biggest fan of some of the creative writing.
I'll leave those. I'm gonna start giving those to you cold. Please read them and see what you think.
And tell them what I think of them.
I'm always reminded of when we were doing emails, and I got a little lost in something, and you said,
No.
Where are those?
I think it was just the way the game was going.
It's a little bit of both.
And repeat what I said.
There's a walk to Garrett Jones, who was, where are those bleeping emails?
It wasn't real.
No,
distasteful.
No,
you know.
no.
Don't go too far.
Well, we did have the best damn sports show, so it was along those lines.
Oh. Remember, Joe refused to read that when it first came out.
Is that right?
Refused to put that one word in there.
So best darn show? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what he would say.
Grounder to Pools. Carpenter is there, and the Pirates strand 2. Schumacher, Lopez, and that man, John Jay, coming up. Wonderful concentration on the play. That you'd like to see a return to winning at 47%. Kansas City wins tonight with a walk-off home run. Traded Scott Pasednik. That is a fair ball. Race to the bag, and Schumacher is out. Fine play there by Jones.
Karsten's hopping around, but what did Schumacher's he jamming into the bag, his foot, or did Schumacher's hand hurt him? Slid head first. Hard to step on him, right? Nice play by Jones. Dives, catches that ball. Gets to his feet. Hard, firm.
Twisted his ankle. Watch his right ankle.
Step on the bag.
Yeah, watch here. Just short of it. Yep. David Freese knows a thing or two about that. Karsten has really mixed up speeds well here tonight.
And he's got 2 wins on the season, one against the Cardinals. The Cardinals have kind of solved this year. They've solved Bud Norris and also Kyle Kendrick. They got to knock this guy off. One of those obscure pitchers that have given the Cardinals fits.
Top of the lineup. Here's Lopez. Fly to left and fly to right. Flies to center. McCutcheon with that great speed makes the catch. After the game, Cardinals Live broadcasting from the Aqua Bar at Lumiere Place Casino. Player interviews, Tony La Russa plus Pat Harris and Ricky Horton will break down the game. U.S. Cellular, Cardinals Live after the game. Only here on Fox Sports Midwest.
Dan, you know, if Lou Piniella was thinking about changing his mind after tonight's game, he's firmly entrenched that he is retiring.
Ooh. 17-2. Cubs trailing. See what Jay has done this year, and Walker.
Couple rookies. See what they've done. And John Jay's average up to 394 now. Slugging 600. I mean, he's got a chance for the player of the month.
Look at this. Another base hit in the center. He is on fire right now. 3 for 3. And has also made the best defensive play of the night.
Got about just that nice, sweet swing. Quite a few doubles. 3 home runs. But Jay came in tonight hitting .438. Tops in the National League during the month of July. He was second on base percentage. He's probably over .550 now. 5th in slugging this month.
Breaking ball and a strike to Pujols. Albert is bounced into a 5-4-3 double play. Also flied out to left. And his average has dipped to 294. Pujols. The Cedeno, no play, base hit. 2 on for Holiday. Holiday singled, caught stealing, also flied out to center.
Just sneaks it on through. Still a little off balance. Hits the ball right off the end of the bat, but pulls it through. Cedeno saves it from going in the outfield. Holiday is tied for 3rd with 8 home runs and 4th with 22 RBIs in July. And his numbers have been since the 18th of June leading the National League in home runs and RBIs. High batting average. See if this can't be the inning they break through on the Buccos.
Holiday pops it up. Cedeno. Cardinals strand 2. We head to the 7th. Pittsburgh nothing. St. Louis nothing. And it's his infield hit.
At the end of the bat. It's with enough authority to pull it through.
And a leadoff base hit. Lasting's Millage. 2 hits tonight. 2 for 3.
I'm talking about these Pirates are coming in there much better offensive club of late. So I'm not crashing through in a lot of wins. And Carpenter 11-1 facing the Pirates, and just pulls this. Felipe was in, and the difference of making that play and not making that play is cut down his angle. So a leadoff base hit. This 5 hits tonight. That's the first leadoff hit. Pirates. Company got one. Tabata got one, but he was caught stealing back in the 4th.
Cedeno is 0 for 1 with a walk. Anticipating a bunt. Lopez in on the grass at third. Pujols holding Millage at first. Cardinals signed one of their draft picks, second player chosen, and it's Arizona State right-hander Seth Blair. He was 12-1 for Arizona State. 46th player taken overall, supplemental first-round choice.
That's good news. Dan, you told me you read someplace where if the Cardinals get a couple more of these top 4 guys signed, plus their 12th rounder, I think that's Wilson, that they would have maybe the best draft.
Yeah, the people were saying that because the Cardinals did take chances on highly talented players, if they could get them in, it would be an excellent draft. Carpenter hitting. Oh, that's an out. Fair territory. He ran right into it.
And the runner has to go back. Got him right on the heel, so the Cardinals catch a break.
Well, that might be the way, though, to look at your business model, is to say, look, we'll overpay maybe for some of these younger players, and as they become chips and develop, that's how you're going to get talent at the big league level if you trade them.
Hurdled over at the one time, and then got him on the back of the leg.
Would you agree with that?
Yeah, because you're going to have to sign and develop players. The Cardinals are always wanting to be a competitive team year after year after year. They don't want to go through what Pirates are going through, their 5th rebuilding stage in succession. And so with the high-priced core players they have, you're going to have to develop and have X amount of 0 to 3 guys, rookies, guys that haven't gone to arbitration yet to have your payroll. And if you start getting some of these highly priced guys, then you can still be competitive.
Now that play goes 2 unassisted.
Yes, closest defender, I should say, high draft choices that come through, or like you say, a guy that, like the 12th rounder was Wilson, who would have been a early first-round pick, but everyone shied away from him because he had a scholarship to Stanford. And still the Cardinals haven't signed him, but they brought him in last week, and he was overly impressed.
The full court press was on.
Oh, yeah. And the players really bought into it. I mean, they were taking him around, showing him the clubhouse, introducing him to guys, hit on the field. One day was rained out, so he hit in the cage. Next day he got to hit on the field. So just being around the big leaguers, you kind of get overwhelmed and say, hey, kid, there's your uniform. There's your locker right there, whenever you want it.
Think about it, too. I mean, you're 18 years old, and all of a sudden you shake hands, you're in uniform with Albert Pujols, Matt Holliday, Tony La Russa, future Hall of Famer, comes over and says hello.
We'll pay for your college. You can get your education, but
they'll pay for more than that.
Yeah, and Tony made a deal with his mom and dad when he graduated from high school, and he was a top draft pick of the Kansas City A's. And here's the second walk, the 8th place hitter. And his parents wanted him to go to college, and he said, I want to play baseball, but I promise I'll go in the off season. Not only did it take him twice as long to get his college education and his degree from University of Tampa, but then he went on to law school and went to Florida State and got his law degree.
Well, that'll be it for Karstens. They'll pinch hit Delwin Young here. So Karstens again very good against the Cardinals. 6 innings, 7 hits, but no runs. Delwin Young is 2 for 5 against Carpenter. Carpenter's pitch count approaching 100. He's at 96. He'll be due up 4th for the Cardinals in their half of the 7th. When he's been starting lately, Delwin Young has produced 8 for 19 with a double in his last 6 starts. In the air to center. First inning with Mr. McCutcheon. They've kept him in check. His great speed. He grounded out to third. Third inning. Brendan Ryan put him away. And then in the 6th, it was Brendan again. Soft hands of the backhand. So McCutcheon is 0 for 3. He's an exciting young player for the Buccos.
Leads their team in runs. He's hitting almost 290 coming in 23 games since he's been moved to the leadoff spot.
Two outs and 2 on. Breaking ball and a strike.
Surprising McCutcheon didn't call timeout as Carpenter held the ball a long time. And, hitters just want, they want to get there, get set, become a statue. It's hard to pull the trigger.
On the outside corner.
Last one, why it was off the plate, but good job of framing it for Molina. 0-2. You can expand it even further outside there. Swing pretty straight away in the outfield, not terribly deep. He has 8 home runs.
Pickoff, they got him. They got him. Yes. Wow. Did it again. How does that happen?
Third time this year, with 36 since 05.
with another pickoff at first base. And let's go pitch by pitch. And Yachty doing some very good things behind the plate.
Absolutely right. Breaking ball gets ahead of the count right here. Now watch this one. Look at the frame job. See, outside, pulls it back in, gets a called strike. Then breaking ball out there, and he picks him off. Third time this year. That's a catcher. You got a man in front of you. Where you going? Third time this year. 36 times since 05. By far leads the major leagues in picking off base runners.
Carol Henning is our merchandise winner in the Hyundai Lawn Drive Inning Sweepstakes. Cardinals hit a home run. Carol Henning qualifies for the Hyundai Sonata drawing in September. You can register by visiting St. Louis area Hyundai dealer. Meek is in the ball game, and the Cardinals wind up getting Karstens out of the game and getting into the bullpen of Pittsburgh. 2 balls and no strikes.
And through scoreless inning on Tuesday, he's allowed 2 runs and 7 appearances since the All-Star break.
You may be wondering,
he's a Pirates All-Star representative,
right? About Pujols and Molina, how they do that. That is a foul ball. But they have some type of signal. I've asked Albert about it. They have a signal between the two, and it's not called from the dugout or anybody else. It's just between the two. So Chevy called it then.
And a lot of times I think they just know each other so well that they just look there. They kind of watch a guy and know that, okay, let's really watch even closer. And you'll see when the pitch is made, Albert will be sneaking in behind him. And immediately, Molina not waiting to find out what the call was. He's already in motion and throwing as quick as he can with that real quick release.
There's a broken bat on a hop, and there's one away. Young Cardinal fan, 8-year-old Dan Lockmiller is here with his baseball team, the Mighty Mites. So Dan Lockmiller and the Mighty Mites are here tonight. You never know what kind of note may come our way.
Tell you what, I'm scared already. The Mighty Mites.
And apparently Dan Lockmiller leads the way for the Mighty Mites. 44,534 here tonight. Huge crowd here at Busch Stadium.
What do you think? After you do something sensational like that, game like this, then you're ready to hit a home run. Been a while, hasn't it, for Yachty?
Yes.
He has 4 on the season.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Yadier Molina.
Best ERA for a month was April at .60, and his highest for the season was June at 1.32.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. Couldn't hold up.
Pirates are batting .177 against him. In his 48th appearance.
Two and two. Yankees haven't stopped trading. They picked up veteran outfielder, the former Red, Austin Kearns from Cleveland, for a player to be named later. Austin Kearns now a Yankee. A-Rod is stuck on 599. Yanks fall to the Rays tonight. Edwin Jackson, who threw a no-hitter against the Rays.
He's traded.
Yep, he's now with the White Sox.
You know, one of the guys that was interesting, and of course, you know, we think David Freese will be back very quickly, but Cantu
went to Texas. Jorge Cantu.
If you're looking for a third baseman, but I think Freese will be back quickly.
Here's Brendan Ryan has an infield hit. And also grounded out to third.
Jason Mott is throwing in case they get to Carpenter's spot. He's on deck. The way he's kind of standing around, it gives you the impression that if Brendan Ryan makes it out, Carpenter's going back out there and not go to the bullpen. You just wait and see.
Ball and strike.
How about Brendan Ryan home run?
His 2 this year. The average at 201 with his base hit. See, Meek has got that live arm out. We've seen that before. Mid to high 90s and a slider.
Yeah, the slider, it seems like it's fooling a lot of these hitters. But just talk about how much they guess. And up until 2 strikes, guess fastball, react to a hanger. It's a slider, good slider down and away, don't swing. Easier said than done, right?
The Cubs allowed 12 runs, by the way, in the 8th inning of that 17-2 loss. Two runs in the last 27 2/3 innings. 3-1 pitch. 3-2.
If you don't swing at it, and you didn't have to. Armstrong showed it was outside too, but that helped sell it by going down to first.
And now he can take first base.
May knock Carpenter out of the game, though.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals.
I agree with this. Instead of taking Carpenter out for a pinch hitter, there are 2 outs. Keep Carpenter in this game. So 103 pitches, but I'll take my chance from my big warrior.
2 outs and a runner at first. Big gap in the left center. Never know. Maybe Carp could put one there in left center and send Ryan to the races.
He's got 1 home run in his career and happened to be a grand slam.
There goes Brendan Ryan. They pitch out, guess right, and bending over. 8th inning coming up. very, very good tonight. Carpenter, 7 innings, 5 hits, no earned runs, still in the ball game. Catchers have played a big part. As the young catcher, Kratz has caught 3 Cardinals trying to steal tonight.
They usually steal by 3 attempts in a week.
Yeah.
And they should find out why.
And McCutcheon looks at a strike underway. 8th inning, scoreless ball game. 12 hits total in the game. 7 for St. Louis. McCutcheon left standing at the plate last inning after the pickoff by Molina. One pitch. Strike 2.
In this game, Molina's thrown out a base stealer and picked off a man at first. So, running game's been shut down on both sides.
McCutcheon, Tabata, Walker for the Pirates. On 1-2. McCutcheon hits it out to right center. Colby Rasmus. Long rain delay. Start of our ball game tonight, but this game is moving very quickly.
Things are going to be a very quick extra inning game.
Carpenter now for the 2nd time in this inning looking back at the home plate umpire.
It's got a scary look from Big Dog when I mentioned extra innings.
0-1 pitch. Excuse me, now 2 balls and 1 strike. Called out on strikes in the 1st, single in the 4th, and flied out to right.
Carpenter's allowed 5 singles and a pair of walks. And the Cardinals have 7 singles and a walk. Hasn't been an extra base hit in this game.
Three and 2. Hear the frustrations of Carpenter even up here. 3-2 pitch. Got up.
Good cutter there. Brief strikeout. Looks like it's going to be in the middle of the plate and then breaks down and away off the plate. But you got a swing protecting the 3-2 count. And he goes after, expands the zone.
This is Neil Walker. Cardinals have had 2 runners to second. They have had 1. Lack of offense here tonight, both sides.
How many times has Carpenter, Wainwright, or even Garcia been on the mound when we've had one of these outings? Just a little offense.
Yeah, 114 is hit out of play. Cardinals had that first inning explosion against Johan Santana the other night. And since then, it's been a team that has been shut down offensively.
The last home game was Philadelphia. 11 innings, only 1 hit.
Catches the corner and a strikeout. 6 tonight for Chris Carpenter. First is brought to you by Bud Light Lime, the drinkability of Bud Light with the refreshing taste of lime. And by Bank of America, Cardinals banking only at Bank of America. Randy Wynn, pinch hitter for Carpenter, who again was outstanding here tonight. Love to see him get rewarded.
It's 3 straight 8-inning games, isn't it?
Randy Wynn at 243 this year. A couple of home runs, 9 RBIs.
3 straight at home since the All-Star break, where he's gone 8 innings on 5 hits or less.
Trevor Miller throwing in the Cardinal bullpen.
And he had the one outing in Chicago where he worked 7 innings.
Ryan Franklin, the closer as well.
Frank will come in.
Big gap into right center field.
Got a couple left-handers. Miller's up 4, and then you got Franklin would come in. And hopefully the Cardinals will just walk home. A walk off.
Meek, his second inning of work. Relief of Karstens.
Let me ask you this. With the 2 lefties up, if you take the lead here in the bottom of the 8th inning, do you turn right over to Franklin, or do you let Miller face the 2 lefties and then go to Franklin?
I go with Franklin. You would go with the 2 lefties.
Go with the 2 lefties.
Or Trevor Miller.
Trevor Miller for the 2 lefties.
One and two.
Or you just let him have one. If he gives up the hit to him, then, but still, it's a good question.
Yep. I like Franklin's ability to get either righties or lefties out. He was very sharp his last time in New York. That extra inning game, the 4.5-hour game. 1-2 pitch. Up the middle. Close play at first. And out. Nicely done by Neil Walker. The pick by Garrett Jones.
Single bouncer goes up the middle, kind of gets around it. There's momentum behind it, and Jones scoops it up. Umpire waited to make sure he didn't juggle the ball. He held onto it.
Cardinals had back-to-back singles in the 6th. They've had an infield hit tonight. 3 of the base hits erased on caught stealings. Schumacher 0 for 2. Lined out to left, and a good play by Tabata. Sliding catch. And is also grounded out. Here's a 1-0 to Skip. 2 outs.
Meek is their setup man. Gotel, I've heard some reports that he may be available. He's got 20 saves.
Cardinals would win tonight, they'd be in first place by a half game. Cincinnati is 6-4 loss tonight. Felipe 0 for 3. Popped out back in the 6th. Fly to right, fly to left. And a ground ball to second. Cardinals go in order, sends us to the 9th. Scoreless ball game.
Zone moment. Cardinal bullpen has a 1.79 ERA and opponent's average of 195 since July the 8th. Trevor Miller will come in here. 8 great innings, shutout innings by Carpenter. 5 hits. He did walk 2, struck out 6. But it's over to the bullpen. Our Chevy call to the bullpen. Trevor Miller will have Garrett Jones, Alvarez. And we'll see if hopefully he'll have a real easy time and they'll let him finish this inning. You save Franklin. See his numbers.
Al, it's getting late. You hanging in over there?
Oh, he's looking for his first win. After career high 4 wins last season for Trevor Miller. Garrett Jones, you mentioned early, great power. He's 1 for 2 with a walk.
Single in the 4th. He's grounded out. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Most of his home runs have come on the road. Little success, 2 for 5 with a strikeout, but Trevor gets that slider where he just delivered the last one. Looks like it's set up inside for a fastball.
Little bit low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Looking ahead to the bottom half, this 9th inning. Cardinals will have John Jay, who has 3 hits, Albert Pujols, and Matt Holliday. Those 3 have combined for 5 of the 7 hits for St. Louis. Little check swing, he jammed him. Miller fires to first for the out. Boy, Carpenter was tough tonight again.
Yeah, he was. There was a great pitch right there by Miller. Locks up a power hitter and gets a little tapper back to the mound. There's one of the breaks with a left-handed thrower. You know, his arm is out there and to where he doesn't usually not throwing into a runner. Right-hander, it's more likely he's going to have that, make that same type of play, and he's has to avoid throwing into the runner.
Ryan gloves, throws to make the play.
Tony will make a pitch and change.
It's a good work by Trevor Miller. Gets the 2 lefties. And Tony La Russa will go to his bullpen. As I said, Al, that was the smart move to bring in Miller.
Well, it didn't score, so it was.
Yes. Just giving you credit, though. Praising your work. Ball game with not a lot of offense. He's delivering our Hardy's prime cut of the game. John Jay, single in the 1st, did it again in the 4th, and in the 6th he'll lead off the bottom of the 9th for the Redbirds. Ryan Franklin in for the 39th time.
5-1. He's been a lucky horse there. ERA just at 3. 4-to-1 strikeout to walk ratio. So he's batting at 244. He's the kind of closer that, you know, don't worry about his batting average. He'll give up a few more hits, but gets a lot of ground balls. He can erase them with a double play, and you know, as you mentioned earlier, you feel very comfortable where he's facing a right-handed batter or a left-handed batter. He's got so many different pitches. Got that good splitter to neutralize a lot of the lefties.
Here is Lasting's Millage. 2 hits tonight. Strike one.
Franklin has a good command where he's getting ahead of the count. It's kind of a balancing act, how to keep him, you know, whether he gets too much rest or not enough.
Millage's hits have been singles tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike.
All 12 hits for both sides have been singles.
Millage, a former Met and Washington National. The 1-1 pitch. Outfield is deep and straight away. Millage with 3 home runs this year.
And we're right on pace with the West Coast games. San Diego's already finished their game. And the Giants leading 6-2 in the bottom of the 8th inning at LA. And the Angels leading 9-7 over Texas in the top of the 8th.
2-2 pitch. Popped up. Molina. Will the Cardinals walk off tonight? John Jay 3 for 3 tonight. Then Pujols. Holiday. Scoreless. Bottom of the 9th.
Edition of Cardinals Live. Pat Paris, Rick Horton are at Lumiere Place. They'll break down tonight's pitchers duel. We'll have Cardinal reaction straight from the clubhouse, and it's Friday night, which means somebody's getting a hungo. All that and more coming up after the game as we get a look at John Jay, who's had a big night. We send it back to the booth, and Dan and Al.
All right, Jim, thanks. John Jay 3 for 3. Joel Hanrahan. Opponent's only hitting 196 against him. He has been scored upon just twice in his last 20 appearances, 3 times in 24 games since June 1st.
And he was the closer for the USA team in the World Baseball Classic last year. Power arm. He resides in Texas, but he was born in Des Moines, Iowa. Says his favorite city on the road is Chicago, so that should be enough incentive right there for John Jay to beat him.
Jay trying to make it 4 for 4. Now we understand there might be a little rain on its way here to St. Louis.
Yes, we do. understand that.
1-0 pitch.
It'll probably come tomorrow morning. It's almost tomorrow morning, Dan. As he kept on telling me, "Oh, tonight." Now I get it. We got a little later start.
2-0. 2 balls and a strike.
.400 average. How about that? Keep it up there. Last 96 miles an hour. We touched on it a little bit when we were in New York, where Keith Hernandez and I both think these radar guns are a little bit geared up.
2-2. Jay is swinging a miss. Strikeout for Hanrahan. John Jay, how about that? 400. And John Jay now at 51 at bats this year. There's Pujols. He could do it.
Well, the Cardinals got the right guys up. John Jay's been the hottest hitter in this game, and now you've got your 2 star players. Will Albert be greedy and get his 14th game-winning RBI?
Outfield deep. Pujols' last home run was the most recent road trip at Chicago.
That one was 98 from Karstens, down around the knees. I mean, Hanrahan.
0-1 pitch. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Slider at 86. Still a nice crowd hanging out here before midnight.
Check swing, and he went. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Yes, some fastball, couldn't lay off the slider.
1 for 5 with a homer against Joel Hanrahan. Pujols 1 for 3 tonight. At base hit, a single. Strikes out.
.97 on this ball. Tough location, nothing away. Didn't have much time to make a decision whether you're going to swing or not, and then you have to decide whether it's a strike or not.
Holiday. Single, caught stealing, fly to center, and popped out to short.
4 for 6 with a home run.
Outfield very deep. 2 outs, first pitch to him.
Almost think he may be doing him a favor throwing him a slider, and that's what he started off with. 2 career walk-off home runs. You remember the one against Chicago?
The bullpen and right.
Another slider. And all that success, so you almost got to believe he's hit the ball home runs for him to start out sliders. But he got a rookie catcher. He may not know that.
Holiday still alive. Playing so deep. Right fielder Lastings Milich had a long way to go for first baseman. Very tough play.
And they're kind of he wasn't shading in to right either, so it made it very long. It's real tough for that first baseman that's so far into the corner. Did throw him a fastball there. He couldn't get around on it, but all you have to do, somebody throws as hard as he does, is just center the ball, and you know Holiday with his superior streak can hit it out of any part of this park or any park.
Great work by Hanrahan. Strikes out the side. Extra innings from Busch Stadium in Game 1. jerky. Feed your wild side.
There's our records in extra innings. 3-3. You know, Pirates, we talked about how good the Cardinal bullpen has been lately, but Pittsburgh's bullpen has posted a 1.08 ERA in the last 4 games. And they got tested on Wednesday when 6 Pirate relievers limited the Rockies to just 1 run in the final 8 1/3 innings after Ohlendorf, the starter, left the game after being struck in the head by a line drive by Tulowitzki, and now Jay comes in and makes the catch.
Turn to our player of the game presented by Budweiser. Chris Carpenter, 8 innings, 5 hits, walked 3, struck out 6. Budweiser player of the game with 116 pitches tonight.
Now, Carp was 11-1 against the Pirates. The Cardinals 13-1 in his starts.
Ryan to his left. 2 outs.
And they won the last 12 meetings that Carpenter has started.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
This is quick work here from Ryan Franklin. It's been a total of 8
he's
pitches.
coming back out.
That's my question. If he would have a efficient inning here.
Won't need to be, because Cardinals will win it in the bottom of the 10th. And then he won't be needed in the top of the 11th, because the game will be over. And it'll be tomorrow morning.
Past midnight now.
Arch and egg. Ryan Church. Last 16 games, Church has only had 31 at bats and a 226 average. Hitless in his last 10 ABs. Tough time for Ryan Church. 193 against right-handed pitching, 147 against lefties, and a 190 average of runners in scoring position.
Here's a 2-1 pitch with 2 outs. 2-2.
As a pinch hitter, 3 for 20, 150 average.
The 2-2 pitch with 2 outs and nobody on.
And I was looking at something. How many wins do you think Cardinal starters have other than the big 3?
Cardinals this year with 56 wins total.
But they're starting. Wainwright, Carpenter, and Garcia.
Wow, how many? 10 maybe outside of those 3
of the starters.
Yes,
1.
Wow. Outside of those 3.
1.
Hawksworth has more than that, doesn't he?
Not as a starting pitcher.
I thought he had 2 as a starting pitcher, 2 or 3.
Well, I'm only going by the notes. 2-2, breaking ball. Yeah, I think you're right, but I was stunned where it said the Cardinals are 41-23. Game started by Wainwright, Carpenter, Garcia, and Cardinal starters have only 42 wins overall.
Here's a 3-2 pitch to Ryan Church. Got him. Strikeout. Bottom of the 10th coming up. Rasmus, Molina, Brendan Ryan. as a lefty in. Just to follow up on your point out, of course, Penny and Loesch had a few wins as well. So, but the point being is the big three are the ones that have carried the load.
It's definitely about that. It's just, and when you talk about Loesch, and he will make a start tomorrow at Memphis, his second rehab start. Penny, really almost put him still way back on the back burner. You can see why there's a need to go out and get a starting pitcher.
Ludwig, 279, 11 home runs, 43 driven in. Pinch hitting for Rasmus.
Ludwig has hit in 4 of the 5 games he started since coming off the disabled list. We think he was not in the lineup today because of bad weather and the footing. Don't want to risk it with a guy coming off the disabled list with a bad calf.
Good rip.
He's hit very well here at home. 313 batting average. 375 on the road trip. 6 for 16.
Two balls and a strike.
Yeah, Mott warming up, so we may not see Ryan Franklin.
That's a base hit. Ludwig digging for 2. Throw into second. Not in time. Lead off double.
Playing deep, but he pulls it enough there. As he was playing a little more straight away, hit down in the corner and can't deny the double for Ludwig. So that is so important when you can get a leadoff extra base hit. Ludwig don't have to worry about the way he's running.
So here is Molina, right fielder. Lasting's Millage very shallow. Franklin could get a win. Corners are playing in. And a guy like Molina that can really bunt. No activity in the bullpen for Pittsburgh.
Joe Kerrigan going to come out and talk. May talk about the defense here too. As you see, third baseman Alvarez will come in. He's usually the quarterback to set the defense.
That's a long night here at the ballpark. Good to see Ludwig come off the bench with that double, just sitting there waiting, not in the starting lineup, and he comes through off the bench.
So about a 5-hour wait when you think you're getting ready, but Cardinals do have, or all these teams have, a little advantage because they have those cages right downstairs, so a guy can go down there and get some swings. Michael Andretti, the assistant hitting coach, that's a great opportunity for him to go, and when a guy knows he's going to go pinch hit, he can throw him a few batting practice pitches down underneath the cage and get him ready. Still a very tough decision. Lopez spun around and nobody broke for the bag as Ludwig took another step towards third.
They shade Molina in the outfield to the opposite way.
Well, you don't know if he's going to bunt. In one sense, I say he doesn't because of just who you have on your bench and who's coming up behind. So the defensively, they aren't really sure.
And look at that hole to the left side on the infield. Cedeno trying to keep Ludwig close at second base. So big gap on the left side of the infield.
We've seen Tony a lot of times may show bunt one time, and then when you get everybody assuming you're going to bunt, he switches off. And if he can, like you say, hit the ball to the vacated, and you got to hit down on the ball, vacated shortstop area.
Bunted foul.
The old.
You have to bunt here, though, don't you?
Not in my mind.
Because of who's coming up?
Guys coming up and on your bench. This guy is supposed to be as good an RBI man as you think he is. You know, you've seen him be able to hit the ball so well to the right side. You've got the first baseman charged. Second baseman is running to cover first. You got the big gap on the other side. You can't go wrong either way. A lot of times you play for.
Perfect. Sacrifice is good. Ludwig represents the winning run. So Brendan Ryan has a chance to win it. The year that has been as frustrating for Brendan as any that he's ever had in the game of baseball. Minor leagues, up here in the big leagues, high school, little league. We've seen Tony even do a squeeze as a walk-off win.
A couple years ago, that was one of his big offensive scoring plays, a squeeze. You know, you do have a rookie catcher, rookie third baseman. Lopez doesn't have a whole lot of experience. He's at 5 years plus. Infield's in.
Time is called. Brendan Ryan tonight as an infield hit, walk, caught stealing, and also grounded out to third.
Outfield very shallow.
First pitch to Brendan.
Tyler Green is on deck. We don't have that Stavanoa type pinch hitter. Oh, he is on rehab out of Memphis. Been playing a few games now. Pitch out, sort of.
Kendo giving the signs. Well, you know, that bench down there wants something positive to happen for Brendan Ryan here.
Sure do. Just have to relax, let it happen. They do have a strikeout pitcher warming up. Dotel, the closer.
2-0 pitch. Ryan puts it in play. Ludwig now can score. Misclaim at second, and the Cardinals win it. 1-0 in 10 innings. Ludwig initially hesitated.
He did not run on contact. He thought the ball hit the right side like that, but did have the infield in, and he misplays it, and Brendan Ryan's the hero. How about the vulture? Ryan Franklin picks up another victory.
Cardinals in first place. Brendan Ryan comes through. Redbirds in 10 innings win it 1-0.
Good
long night comes to a close.
The Cardinals have won 13 straight starts with Carpenter on the mound against the Pirates.